All right, hello everybody. Welcome back to the Laguna Beach Lawn Bowling Club in beautiful Laguna Beach, California. We're here at the 2025 Bowls USA National Championships. We had a barn burner of a game this morning that we broadcast for the first round with the South Central team of Ian Ho and Ron Rollick prevailing over the PIMD team of Daniel Gorlick and Kelvin Darling. Now we're going to switch over to the ladies and also switch to singles. So we're going to have a match between the Northwest Nita Chambers and the Northeast Michelle Arculi. The ladies are just finishing up their second trial end, and then we'll be getting started. Once again, we got the Southwest live streaming crew bringing everything to you today. Got our producer Gary Barnes, cameraman Steve Narantis, the crew with Joe Narantis and Sheila Conti, and I'm Scott Roberts doing the announcing for you. Well, a big thank you to all the volunteers. We have just, I am amazed at how many people we have out here that are helping out and have been all for the last couple of months, but there is an absolute army that we have going here. We even have a thank you to Aero Bowls because they've let us have this nice tent that we've been using throughout the season. Thank you to Aero Bowls, same line every time. I also have the Bowls Development Fund is doing the other tent where they're with Howard Harris, and I see the Southwest President John Billen doing the end-by-end scoring that you can find on the Bowls USA page. This is also our first year as being part of the World Bowls series. We're going to upload our video to the World Bowls series page. They have a Scottish indoor event going on right now, so we don't want to collide our live streaming with their live streaming, but they'll be seeing that later. And if you go to we're again trying to get to the Bowls USA Facebook page. There should be a link to direct everybody to the Southwest page. Hopefully everybody can find us. But we're going to try and do live to the Bowls USA Facebook tomorrow. We've been trying for a couple days. I know Gary and Steve have been burning the midnight oil trying to get that working. You got a quick shot of our marker today for the singles match. Hopefully she knows to stay out of that's Marina Highland, Hall of Famer for Bowls USA. I think the trial ends are done and we'll be ready to get off and running. So the singles are playing to 21 points. So it could go, you never know what the timing, how it could go. Had some that had a 21-20 game earlier in round one, and then also had a 21-1 game in round one between the singles matches. If for some reason our game is the first to finish, we may switch over to another game, depending. So we'll play it by ear as we go because we've got there's a men's singles game going on the rink that we were broadcasting from earlier, and then depending on if we have one game for the singles for both sides, that's a staggered start because we have 7 rinks and yet 8 matches that need to be played. So the first singles game that finishes, then there's a new match that'll go onto that rink, whatever it might be. So if we get lucky enough to get one of those, then we'll bring that to you as well. So the format, we have 7 divisions, in case you missed it earlier when I said this for round one. We have 7 divisions in Bowls USA, and every division has their own qualifiers that they choose their champions for men's and women's singles and pairs. So it's a 5-person team. The Southwest having more players, they get 2 teams, so we have 8 teams total, and then they do a round robin, 7 games for these 8 teams. So we have 2 games today, 2 tomorrow, 2 on Friday, and then the last one on Saturday, and then again Saturday afternoon in case there's a playoff or that's needed if there's a tie after the round robin. So hopefully that gets everything around to you guys. I know I think almost everybody got the 18 ends in for. They do have a 3-hour, 15-minute time limit. The game that we broadcast was very close. and a lot of really tight heads. So there was more than a few visits to the head, so they couldn't quite get 18 in. They got 17 in. But the singles definitely doesn't have any time limits. So I think we're just waiting now for the 1:15 start time. It's 1:13 as I see it right now. So once they'll, I think, ring a bell or sound a horn or shoot a cannon or something to get everybody knowing that we're going to get started at 1:15. So we're just waiting for that signal, and we'll start broadcasting the match. All right, the bell has just gone off, so we should be underway momentarily. Looks like the Northwest Nita Chambers will have the map first. We'll be off and running. So kind of a medium length jack for Anita here. All right, first ball, here we go. Bad start, Anita. She's got these black bowls. And now Michelle. She is kind of more of a dark blue bowl, but you can always see the sticker. Michelle, they have the white color with the stickers, so that'll help distinguish between the two. And then looking at my image, they look pretty close. Both ladies a couple yards through, close to 3 yards through with their first. Good adjustment by Anita there. Managed to pick up the jack. Michelle probably wanted to play like a jack or bull shot on that hand. This came a little short. Not really what you want to do. Around the yeah, no, we had a glitch in the matrix. It went right around. That's what you want to do, is make sure you have the right weight and be through. Need to switch, and she didn't really need to. She could have kept playing that same. She could play it again and just kind of come on the other side here if she wanted to, and just kind of stay with it. But she opted to switch hands. There's Michelle probably trying to jack her bull shot again. Yeah, you can see the weights there. Just drifting a little through. Last ball for everybody. Trying this hand again. Really does want a jack move. Ooh, dicey. Which gets a second in there. See if Michelle can get the jack or the bull with this one. At the very least, get second shot. Well, I think she was able to draw a second shot, so it should be one for Nita, but waiting for the official word from them. Yes. And it is one and only one for Nita. Chambers. It's one for Chambers. So if you want to see the end by end scoring of any of the other games, we were trying to do it here, but the first game we had was pretty good and pretty intense, so we didn't really get too much with being able to let everybody know what the score is. But you want to know what your player that you want to watch or what have you, then you can go over to the Northwest or the Bulls USA page. Go to the Bulls USA website and look up the national championships, and it should be able to show you a page where you can see the end by end scoring of the games that are going on now. And there should be standings that you can access from that page. You can see all the results throughout the week. Nita's first bowl, not bad weight, a little narrow. Plenty of room for Michelle. And good road, just a touch short, a couple feet. Close enough to hold, though. A lot of room for Nita, though. No. Oh. Just kept waiting for it to turn and get all the way in there. It didn't quite make it. And Michelle doesn't need to do much more. Just needs to add a little bit of weight. She can play even into or through her own bowl. Has a little touch on it. And knock that one just a touch closer. Curious if Nita's going to switch. Yeah, she switched over. Yeah, she's thinking she could just do a jacker bowl on this side here. See if she can get her to come all the way in. Oh, that's a touch heavy. Pretty good line, though. Interesting that Michelle's sticking with that hand. You would think she could come the other way and push that one out or push her own up, but she decided to stick with the hand that she's been playing. A little bit short there. Nita can slip this bowl. Just kind of I think she really wanted to be around that front one, but didn't quite make it. Let's see what Michelle's going to do here. She's going to follow that down. Yeah, I think she's going to. A little late, but she still can get there. And again, get to this bull or get to this bull here would be good for her. Yeah, it's kind of way too heavy. I think it's probably gonna be one for Michelle, but I'll wait for the official word. I don't think that back one's in. I think it's just the one for Michelle. The angle might make it closer than it looks, so we're actually going to get a tape measure here. And it is one for Nita. So that one on the side was closer than expected. So good for her. That I think it was that last ball kind of was jack high, and so it's one more for Chambers to go up 2-0. 2-0 after 2. I thought Michelle had that wired, but again with a little bit of the angle and the glare, it's I'm gonna have to check myself with the stickers to try and help me. Both these bowls are pretty close in color. Well, that's something you don't see every day. The seagull flying right over ours with a cookie in its mouth. And I don't mean a bite of a cookie, an entire cookie. So I guess whoever's managing the food that we have for lunch needs to do a better job on keeping the element away. It like flew right over our tent. Okay. Need to pull the mat up a little bit. It's got the jack right near the 2-meter mark. You can see the T, the 4 little dots there, indicating what is 2 meters distance between that middle dot of the T to the ditch. And it is probably about a yard through, maybe 4 feet, 3.5 or so. See if Michelle can get one in there. Oh, she's very heavy. I think in the ditch. All right, here's Nita. Probably could take a smooth yard off of it. That'd be a pretty good bowl there. But one and only one. And she might have taken off 2. Or Michelle's just going to stick with that hand and go underneath that bowl. Looks like she is. Maybe even use the edge. Don't slip right by it. Still kind of heavy. Needed looking to draw another. Looks like she's holding 2. Little tap on her own here. Yep, knock that closer. Worked out pretty well for her. Pulling front's probably 1.5 feet. There's still some room for Michelle. Needs to slow down a little. Just drift by, but that's definitely in for a second. Nina probably going to try and draw to that bowl that was just delivered. Coming to this hand, see if she can sit right on there for two. And you can see that was probably the plan, just a little narrow. Shell trying to see if she can get shot here. Just a little heavy, I think. It looks like it's going to be one more for Nita Chambers. We get a little bit better view here because we're kind of over here. You could see this dividing up in the corner, and we're just on the other side of that in the corner. So we could see, I could see a lot better this way as opposed to the far end. So I got a lot better vision here, but it sure looks like it's one for Nita. Yep, one more for Chambers. 3 wins in a row to go up 3-0. Playing to 21 points in this second round. The 2025 Bulls USA National Championships. Again, we're part of the World Bowl Series this year. Looks like Nita's pulling them out up. Looks like we kind of got a little, something went a little awry with our cameras here. Kind of showing you the head for delivery. There we go. We're all set now. Wrong formula. I just need again. Looks pretty good here. Really good first bowl. Putting a lot of pressure on Michelle with that one. Michelle probably should be playing this hand, and again, just a jack or roll and trying to sit into this area here. Yeah, weight's not bad. Just needs to be, I think, a little narrower would be okay with that weight, so she can get a little action on either the bull or the jack. See what Nita's gonna do. She's gonna play that hand, and she can either hit this bull or she can just finish into the catching range. Got a little piece of the jack. I don't think she really wanted to do that. I mean, you're holding, you really don't want to be heavy and narrow, especially when she was so close. And now it's kind of opened it up a little bit for Michelle. Michelle's going to draw the open hand. Just needs to beat that bull. It's going to be close. Oh, just ran out of steam. Need another yard. He's going to backhand. She's just trying to come in around here now. She's switching over. Looking for a second. This looks pretty good. Looks like a pretty good bull here. Well done, Nita. Very good shot there. Holding two now. She'll waste any time switching over. She's going to try and get around this bull and see if she can get to this bull with the jack. And just a little narrow. She can got a chance the next time, but she's down two. So Nita's holding two. She can Nita's got options, depending on which hand she likes. She could play the forehand and kind of come around here and put a third in that way, and it's also a catcher. Or she can stick with this hand and maybe kind of tuck it away. As long as she misses that front bowl, she should be good. I think that's what she's trying. I think she's going to try and come this way here. And the main thing is you don't want to be too narrow. You don't want to hit this ball. Anything besides hitting that ball is probably a really good one. Maybe a little heavier than she wanted. But Michelle really could use a shot here to try and cut this down or even take the shot. It's just too narrow on that one. Looks like it's going to be two more for Anita Chambers. It's trying to go away and hide here. Gary's pretty confident it's two. I was going to say, Marina said one. Now it's two. Hey, we got there. All right. Well, it's 5-0 now for Anita Chambers. Again, playing to 21 points. All right. Yeah, Anita's been pretty consistent about mat position here, and I don't blame her. Kind of been keeping it a couple yards through. I mean, this is one of the upsides with playing singles is you can play the weight you want, and usually you kind of see big swings. I mean, if and when Michelle gets a point, I could see her doing something radically different from this, and she's lost 4 runs in a row. Oh, with Nita going first. Nita's trying to get as many points as she can while she's got it. Pretty consistent from Nita, just kind of being at or just behind the jack with her first pull. It's always a good recipe for success. I think for Michelle, they got unlocked, and she might have done it now. Just a foot and a half short there. Get Nita over on her forehand here. Probably looking to just drop a yard or so. Yeah, actually, probably added a yard. She'll probably going to stick with that hand. She played it pretty well. Doesn't want to change much. Usually, I think the thought is just like no shorter than your last. Because then she could float all the way around. I mean, a pull back in here is useful. Obviously, something just passed or even touching her own. This looks really well done there. That's two very good bowls by Michelle Arculi. Still room for Nita to draw here. Needs to get something within a foot and a half. Either way. Ooh, nearly. Just a touch too heavy. But still should be two, I think, for Michelle at the moment. So Michelle just doesn't want to do anything different. Just kind of match her last one. It's pretty good. Yeah, that makes 3 now. Good weight there. They're really putting it on Nita. Just trying to get right his attention to find out what the score is. I think she's wanting to know which one is actually the shot. And his last bowl she rolled. All right. Well, let's see if Nita is going to stick with that hand again. I think based on her last ball, I think I dropping about 2 feet will get her a shot. Yard might do it as well. Let's see if she's going to get it. Might be. I think she might have overcorrected and took too much weight off. Well, Michelle's got a real good opportunity here to make it 4. She kind of got a free throw here. She could come up all the way and you just even get action on any of her bowls that'll push it in and stop. So it's a good way to make up some ground in a hurry, just to get a 4 spot. Doesn't want to move the jack though. Doesn't want to move the jack though. Oh man, that's not what you wanted. When you're holding, you really don't want to be heavy and narrow, and that's exactly what you did. And I think she's going to go from 3 up to 2 down, maybe 3 down. I mean, with the jack where it was, sorry, with the jack here where it was, she really wanted to be high and work on these balls, and instead she came heavy and narrow. I mean, she's way over here, but she really just needed to do the same thing she had done. I think it's going to be at least 2 more for Nita. Well, they're going to measure for 3. Wow, that's pretty. Michelle's a sweet lady, but man, that was a costly mistake for her. And I try and tell my students, you know, when you're holding, don't be heavy and narrow. And just see examples all the time of why. Yeah, so 2 more for Nita. Wow. So with your own bowl, go from 3 up to 2 down is not ideal. So it's 7-0 now. And she could have got the mat and she could have put it at a different distance. So, all right, 7-0 Chambers. Well, Michelle could feel good that she had 3 pretty good draws there, though. That's something to build off of. Nina has been consistent with the jack. It's almost like just kind of rolling it, trying to be the same way both ways. And she's, you know, in a decent spot, probably about 3 yards through, so room for Michelle. So hopefully Michelle's got this distance kind of dialed in, and she can start putting some more bowls in like she did at the start of the last end. A couple yards short there, but holding. Here's a better bowl Juanita. That's pretty good there. Really nicely done. Nice adjustment with the weight. See if Michelle can make a similar adjustment in the other direction. Yeah. Seems to really be struggling. You don't see her throw 2 bowls a couple yards short in a row. And here just wants to keep putting the pressure on, just try and do it again. Yeah, did it again. A little heavier, but she had her own that she could sit on. So holding 2 now. Michelle still needs to have those couple yards. Better effort here. Just happened to go through. I think Nita's just probably going to try and sit in her own bowl, just draw another one. It's be hard for for Michelle to drive it back, so it's just the drawing contest. Yeah, another good bowl by Nita. It's probably 3 right now. See if Michelle can do the opposite and just have a last bowl magic here. Giving it a look, trying hard. Trying very hard. Don't know if it made it though. Came up kind of short. I guess we'll get the word on what the count is here. All right, it's 1 for Chambers. It's now 8-0. I think we'll see Nita probably doing the same, putting in the same spot. Not in the same spot and trying to put the jack in the same spot, which is a good recipe for success for singles. You can see her putting the mat like almost right on top of where the jack was. And then she'll roll the jack about where the mat was. Oh, she might have overthrown this one. See what stays up. Oh, that's actually a mistake by Nita. Now Michelle can do whatever it is that she likes with hers. She'll have the jack now since Nita put it in the ditch. So Michelle can do what distance she likes, which is really, she kind of needs something to kind of change the momentum here. It's going pretty close to the tee. She had the mat back a bit, so that's what she's going to give a shot to. All right. Nita's first bowl. It's a little heavy with her first. I think it stayed up, but she's pretty far through with that first one. So still room for Michelle. I mean, Nita hasn't been like spectacular. It's not like been first bowl spectacular. She's been slow, decent position, then kind of eventually like it's been that third or fourth bowl that's been kind of the killer for that Nita's been playing. The first bowl has not been spectacular. It's just been like a feeler every time. But and Michelle's been had an okay first bowl, but she's been short, kind of missing on the distance. So with this different distance, let's see if Michelle can make the adjustment before Nita does. Try and get on the board. Yeah, a little overcorrection from Nita. Michelle's been pretty close to the line. Just needs to add probably 2 yards here. And it probably added 4. Still good for 2. All right. And Anita's probably like, see if she can get one between. Interesting, choosing to go to forehand. Really needs to kind of make sure she slips these 2 bowls here. She's short again, shorter than the last one. Don't know why she switched hands. She just didn't like the other hand. But Michelle's, I think, holding 2, and she's not particularly close. There's plenty of room to draw. I don't think there's anything within 5 feet right now. Went to a new distance, and both the ladies are struggling with it. Michelle's got a third one in there. That's a close one. 2 feet. Put the pressure on Nita. And Nita with 2 short bowls doesn't have a lot of position. Even to get one within a yard would be good for Nita. She can cut it to 1 with that. Just shorter than the last 2. Wow. All right, Michelle's got, I think 3. I think she might have 3. And she could, another free throw, or she could just get one within 3. She just got to beat this bull here. Anything within that should work. Oh, I think she might have just barely done it. We'll see on the angle. Just not sure about this bowl and this bowl versus this bowl. Again, with the angle from the camera coming down, just not sure what's the. But at least for one thing, we know Michelle's going to get on the board. Nita with kind of an off end there. It was kind of the third and fourth bowl, and Michelle didn't let her off the hook this time. Oh, jeez. That's one thing to be careful about is when you're giving bowls away and not to move the jack while you're doing it. I'm going to do a measure to check on 3 and 4 here. Looks like we definitely got 2 out, and I'd be shocked if this third one's not in. That looks like it's in by a mile. Yeah, it is. It's this fourth one. There's one that I'm not sure about. Looks like that's in too. So it is 4 for Michelle Arculi. Getting the full handful there. Having the score all on one end. So it's Chambers 8 or Cooley 4. Again, playing to 21 points in the second round of the Bulls USA 2025 National Championships, specifically the women's singles. We have the women are on this south green, and they have a mix of the singles and pairs on this green, while the north green is the men, and they have singles and pairs also in a mix. So I'll say that, you know, Nita was kind of in cruise control. She had that one end that was poor a couple ends ago, but Michelle let her off the hook with a heavy, narrow bowl. But Nita then couldn't keep the jack in. And now Michelle's got the jack. Went to a different distance, got a 4. I always thought in singles, obviously one of the worst things you can do is give up a 4. But the only thing that's worse than that is giving up a 4 when you've got the mat. When it's your distance and you could dictate terms, and then you give up a 4. I always thought that was the worst. All right. A little bit better start here by both ladies, especially Michelle. That's the best first bowl we've seen in this match. See if she's going to catch fire. Singles is a very streaky game. I know many games I've seen and have been in that have started off very one-sided and then flipped on a dime as soon as somebody could get to a different distance. And Michelle has got this distance down. She's got 2 bowls within less than 6 inches lengthwise. Probably holding 2. Really putting the pressure on Nita run off the bat here. Nice try by Nita. Just a little heavy. I think we'll see Michelle just playing this wide open hand, take a little more grass. I think she might be a little short. Let's see. Yeah, just a little narrow again. But still, again, pretty good weight. You got 3 in a row there. Could be another 3 right now that she's holding. Kind of a big target for Nita if she wanted to kind of be a little positive, which I think she is going to do. She can hit this ball, her own ball, or that ball, or the jacket. She's got the catcher, so but she's playing the other hand. Just trying to draw one. Just a touch short. I think Michelle's probably still holding 3. Probably doesn't need to do much different. And she could guard against the back. Try and drag it around to behind here. She definitely got one behind to kind of protect against that shot. Nita tries it. Yeah, Nita is this time. She's just trying to do this, what I was talking about, but she's trying it from the other hand, I think. Just a little high here. It's going to beat Michelle's other bowl, but Michelle's going to score again, and it could be 3. Nita might have been worried about that this too far away for this bowl to try and push it in for any value, so she might have been trying to come with weight on this hand. You know, that might have been why she was trying to come this way to see if she can come across. But she just, you know, kind of was leaving it high. Let's see the official word here. Again, going in this direction. Yeah, 3 for Michelle. Just like that, it's 8-7. I mean, it went from being kind of looking like Nita was going to run away and hide. And now all of a sudden, Michelle's with 2 ends has just closed it all down. Now it's 1 point game. And she's got the momentum on her side after two very big ends and bowling a lot better. Again, sometimes it's just like you get a feel for the rink, and sometimes it's just like in a bad spot, and you just can't seem to make it work for whatever reason at the length or the stretch of grass that you're on. Sometimes it's just that way, but and then you can get it. Then when you find magic, and you have something that works for you, then you just want to kind of keep rolling with it. All right, here's Michelle's first. Pretty good opener. Again, near perfect weight there. Just slightly offline. Again, she's getting a pretty solid first bowl in. Just Nita. See if she can hit Michelle's. Oh, just slid by. Right. Michelle doesn't need to correct much. Add a little pace to it. Kind of keeping Nita honest with the bowl in the back there. I mean, this is you could say normally it'd be like a jack or bull shot, but there's kind of a big gap here I mean, that's where our first one went. So it's really should be more like a draw. There's plenty of room to draw there. This looks really good for Nita. Yeah, there's a great bull there. Great bull there. I mean, maybe she's 1 foot heavy, at most 2 feet heavy, and a little narrow, but a good result. Nothing else. At worst, it was going to be second shot, and she gave it a chance by being up to it. All right, you probably see Michelle switch, and now with this being close and limited profiles, you could probably hit a jack or bull shot here. Got to be all the way up. Got to be all the way up. Well, she's back on this same draw weight that she was the first time. And this was hers. She could have just come right to there. All right, here's Nita. Probably wanting to know which bull is which from behind here to be sure. With the sun, I mean, she's looking right into the sun, and is not wearing a hat, so it's kind of hard to see between the colors which ones. Especially after the jack move, it's like, was this mine or is this mine? So she made the smart decision of just ask. If you don't know, just ask. All right, here she comes. Don't think she liked it when it let go of it. So. All right, one more each. Just looking for that jack or bull shot. Better weight this time. Just maybe it's either one of the two. Either the line was pretty good, but she needed to be a little less weight to here with that line. You just didn't get the two together right. Needed probably just, I mean, she could try and drag this over to here, but she's better off probably just trying to draw here to get a second. And she's missed the line. So it should be one more for Nita. So she'll get another lead, add to her lead to make it 9-7. It's one of those buttons. All right, so now let's see if it shifts back and Nita can get back to where she wants to. She probably see if she puts them out. I think I don't know. If I was Michelle, I would have think done maybe something a little different. All right, here's Nita's first, little short. So it's 9-7. All right, here's Michelle. See if she can have another solid first bowl here. Nita came up a couple of yards, like 3 yards short on her best effort. Hopefully she'll make an adjustment here. Michelle's at most a yard short there. Better wait this time. Yeah, that's where your first bowl should be, right about there. That's all right there. Let's see if Michelle can add a yard here. A little touch on her own, push it in closer. Yep, good. Good. Let's see what Nita does here. If she's going to try. I mean, I don't. She could try the underneath, but I think she's going to come all the way around instead. Nope, she is going underneath with weight. This looks good. There it is. All right. There we go. Great bowl. Great bowl. That was good to see. I was wondering if I just didn't know if she could get around and get there. So I thought underneath would be better. I just didn't know if she was going to uncork her or not. It didn't look like she was going to. And all of a sudden she just did. Great shot there, Nita. Michelle's got to reach all the way back to there. Pretty good effort here with the weight and after that, kind of significant jack movement to draw one that close was pretty good by Michelle. Guess Anita's not going to tempt fate and probably just play the open hand. Yep, she is. Didn't quite reach, I don't think. I think the weights are okay, but I think Michelle's got the. Rain is confirming, yeah, it's just the one. So with it just being one, then Michelle's free to kind of try a jack or bull shot. There's not much of a gap. I mean, weight was pretty good. She can keep the same weight and just kind of come through a little more grass. This isn't going to do it. Hopefully she doesn't move her bull too far. Yeah, it should still be one. Yeah, and it's just one. So Nita gets to double digits first, 10-7, playing at 21 points. So we're only doing 2 rounds today, and then we'll be 2 rounds every day up until the last day, or there'll just be the 1 round, and then the afternoon is available in case we have a tiebreaker match. If after the round robin there's a couple teams and or players that are tied, then they play another end. Or rather, play another end. Play another game. Yeah, they just play one end to decide the whole thing. That'd be great. Yeah, might as well flip a coin. Yeah, exactly. play for 3.5 days, and then who wins the championship? I don't know. Heads. Okay. I'm going back to this kind of mad up, kind of shortest medium that Nita's been playing. I mean, Michelle has been the one that's been drawing a little more consistently over the last 4 ends or so. Last 4 ends, she's been the one, but Nita's made a couple conversions that she's needed, and has gotten the points in the last 2 ends. So this is still anybody's match, especially going to 21 points. Yeah, decent opener there by Nita. It's still a yard away. A lot of room for Michelle to draw. And she's been the one that's been getting the first ball in pretty good. Last few ends. See if she can do it again here. Yeah, good line. Just a couple yards through. Right. Nita's holding one. She's don't take any weight off. You didn't need to. Oh, unfortunate. A couple yards short there. She'll played her first one off 5 feet through. Now just needs to take off. Just think taking off a yard and finish right behind. It should be good enough for a shot. See what she's got here. This looks really good. It's going to sit. Yeah, that's in for one. He's going to try the forehand. She must feel like she can get around her own or under it or hit it square and knock it all the way in. She hit it pretty square, but I don't think it's in. I think Michelle's still got it. Doesn't want to move that. Okay. Didn't want to hit that one too hard. Not with that kind of weight. Pushed it. Would push it right out maybe. Right. I think. Yeah, again, from our angle and from what it is pretty close. I would think that Michelle's bull here is holding, but I'm not putting any money on it. This looks pretty good. Yeah, what's the pace? Oh, just a little too heavy. Right. There's Michelle's. Oh, all the way down, Michelle. All the way down, Michelle. Oh, jeez. Doing that. I mean, it doesn't do any good to be 3 yards short. It was pretty safe. Raina seems to think she knows what it is. And one for Michelle. So she'll close the gap a little bit. Make it Chambers 10, Arculi 8. Playing at 21 points. See if Michelle does anything different with the mat here. And kind of keep it in a similar kind of position. going a little bit on the shorter side, if anything, I think, Michelle. All right, let's see who's going to be the one to get the first bull in close. I always like it when you roll a jack and you can put a first bull stunner in. It looks like Michelle's done just that. There it is. That's A plus right there, right behind. Less than a foot, dead in line. Great bull there, Michelle. Immediately puts the pressure on Nita. Well, Nita's got a good one here too. Wow, might be better than Michelle's. Two very good rolls by the ladies there. Michelle trying to come across. She can hit the jack or hit that bull. Either would be good. Ooh, just missed. Yeah, what's Nita gonna do here? Interesting choice. I come around, I think, clean and see if she can even get to. I think she wants to try and get to this bull here and come around to it. She's going to come all the way around. Not a bad spot. It's always interesting when both players are playing the same hand. The show might be changing this time, yeah. He's coming this way this time. Trying to see if she can get the bull or the jack, I think, to her own here. And once you put that one behind. Not totally sure who's holding. I would guess Nita is holding. I would think this bull is holding here. Alright, Nita really doesn't want to hit the jack. She wants to get to the bull, if anything. A little short. The ladies are going to have a look. All right. Now Michelle's had a look. See what she's going to do. Yeah, I think it's still on this and trying to get a jack or bull shot to about here. Hit that bull. She's close. Got the bull. Yeah, that's well done. Chipped her right out. Definitely holding one now for Michelle. Pretty good shot there. Need a really good way because, I mean, this is pretty much right in line. So she could come. I mean, really just wanted to target this bull. The upside of going on this hand is you don't have this bull that you could get wrecked on, but I don't think that's her path. I think she's probably would be around it anyways, but really whichever hand she felt more comfortable with. Well, this looks pretty narrow. I think she kind of missed her line here. Yeah, she knows it. That happens. Not the best delivery. Okay, one more for Michelle. Good shot there. Closing the gap further. 10-9. Saw a couple notes in for those of you who are watching. Hope you're enjoying the broadcast. I think my friend Tim from Oxnard. Hope you're enjoying it, Tim. Another comment from Jerry Sanders. I'm not sure about the scoring and what's happening. I was looking at what the live scoring chart was, and it said that Charlie's game earlier was at 2019, and then he got 2 in the last for 21-20. So I'm not sure if the chart says 21-12. Then one of those two is wrong. That's what I was going off of at the time. So I'm sure they'll get it straightened out eventually as to what the real deal is. All right. Pretty solid first bowl by Michelle there. Again, kind of playing her little shortish distance. What she seemed to be is working for her. She's been much tighter with her first bowls. Just playing it through. I mean, this shorter distance seemed to be appealing to both ladies. Both ladies, the heads have been a little bit tighter when they've gone to this distance, but Michelle's been the one kind of on top for her. So I don't blame her for kind of sticking with it here. And kind of corrected the wrong way here. All right, just see if Nita can get there. Just needs a yard off, I believe. Oh, there's too much. Way too much off there. Unfortunate. Probably going to send Michelle over the other hand. And in she comes. Just a little heavy again. Let's see a better effort from Nita here. Just needs to get to that one bull. Wants to avoid her own. Nope. That was the kind of the danger of trying to play that hand again. Was had her own bull in the way, which she did manage to heat. She really could probably come either hand. I think that one's not in her way in the front, but she's not even going to mess with it and just going to try and get it here on the other, on this open hand. And just trying to match the first shot. Yeah, it looks like she's done it. That's a good bull. Probably two. Not a lot of room for Nita to draw. We're going to get a good look at Laguna Beach Lawn Bowling shirt that Marina Highland is modeling for us here. Anita's just a little short and narrow. I don't think that's going to be in the count. It's hard to tell. She's pretty close to Jack High. I think she's only, I'm trying to look and eyeball it here, and she's only about maybe 6 inches short. So she might have got second shot, maybe even shot, but let's see. I think this bull's going to be shot, but I'll wait for the official word. The angle is kind of a little strange between the two. I don't think it's two anymore for Michelle, that's for sure. Well, I could be wrong. I'm not going to put any money on it. They're going to measure, so I'm feeling better that it's just down to one. Yep. One for Michelle, and she'll tie it up at 10. Oh, wait. Now we're doing it again. I didn't think it was that close. Still don't think it's that close. Nita was having a hard time believing it. But all right. 10-10 now. After 13, Michelle has finally crawled all the way back and has knotted this match up at 10. All right. So Michelle's gotten all 10 of her points in the last 7 ends. They're being down 8-0. She's fought all the way back to be 10-10 now. A lot of it is the first bowl has just been much better. Kind of learning the rink as she's gone. And yeah, again, another solid first bowl. Right in good position, a couple feet behind. Anita's first bowl has been, I mean, they were pretty loose early, but it's been better. But I mean, just Michelle's just been leaps and bounds over the last couple ends. Yeah, it's maybe a couple yards short. Not what you want in that situation. Let's see what Michelle can do here. Just doesn't really need to do anything different. I think she'd take another bowl just like it. Looks really good here. Really good. Oh, well done, Michelle. Very, very nice. Near front toucher there. Really putting the pressure on Nita. Yeah, just trying to get a second. She can get a little action on that boulder. The jack, kind of loosen it up. This is a good bull here. Oof. Nice bull by Nita. Nice response. I don't know if she got shot. I don't think so. Yeah, it's to the point where Michelle's asking. Trying to get the who's holding from our marker, Marina Highland. Marina's looking. Sends a measure. All right, here's Michelle. No, it's a measure. Just kind of came across a little bit. All right, here's Nita with the last ball was really good to kind of get into it, but she needs to, yeah, she's kind of come a little narrow. All right, here's Michelle again. See if she can get in there this time. This looks close. This looks very close. Oh man, that actually might have made it worse. Great bull, but it just kind of tipped her own and might have tipped it out because if it was a measure before, he's gonna go have a look. Michelle with 3 good bulls. And Nina's got 1 bull that might be just a hair better. All right. Nita's ready to go. I think her play should be to play on this forehand and try and get to this ball here. And really doesn't want to come across because these are away. So really wants to try and keep it high and come to the bowl. Don't mess around with the jack, I think, is the best play. Yeah, just a little heavy. All right, well, we'll see. I don't know if they'll be getting the tape out or not. I mean, it was a measure before, and then there was a little tip on that bowl. And she had this bowl came through and just nudged this. I mean, might have gone from like this to, kind of on an angle. That's me trying to do art. I guess we're measuring again here. Michelle is very flexible. This is hurting me watching her do this. My hamstrings would be screaming. I think something would pop. There'd be a loud noise. It'd be like a pop in my leg. And survey says one for Nita. Nita retakes the lead. 11-10. Playing to 21 points here. Round 2. 2025 National Championships from beautiful Laguna Beach Lawn Bowling Club in Laguna Beach, California. So we'll see based on how the speed of the game goes, whether they're gonna. I'm not sure if they've started the backup singles game. If we have any final results, so they always have one singles game that's a stagger start because we have 7 rinks, so they have the 4 pairs games going, and 3 of the singles games with the staggered start. Then the first singles game that finishes, they put the other that staggered start on that rink, unless it's a rink that they play or are playing that day. So that's how we're making use of our 7 rinks that we have on each green at Laguna. Yes. Okay, a little something different. Nita's got it all the way to the tee here. Pull the mat up a bit. See if she can get. See if she's the one that could get the first ball in. Good ball there by Nita. That's a good opener. A foot or 2 behind at most. Oh, Michelle, very heavy there. I think it's in the ditch. Yeah, Maria going to pick it up. He just wants to do the same thing. No change here. Don't take any weight off here, Nita. Just do the same thing. Actually added a little bit. Stayed up though. You see, just by changing the weight and a little bit of line, it kind of Michelle was really crushing that first ball, and now she's. She was just a little off, but she's made a spectacular adjustment here. Michelle Akuli, really good there. Near front toucher to hold one. All right, Nita's gonna. Last time Michelle got one close, Nita just kind of popped it right off, and only needed one to do it. Just going to miss this a little narrow. There's no fear in that lady, that's for sure. She'll love to be able to do it again, preferably even float it around to kind of frame it or match this bowl would be okay. Oh, okay. I think she'd been better served to be over here with that kind of weight, but it's okay. Because Nita had been playing this hand, so it's unlikely the jack's going to come down here. If anything, it's going to go this way. All right, here she comes. Trying to get on the forehand. Trying really hard. Oh, just missed. Another good effort. Michelle with her last. Just got to beat that one bowl. Only one. Trying to get a second here. Trying to get a second here. Just needs to beat that one. It's the travel. Oh, just came up short. Yeah, I think it's just pretty sure this is just going to be one for Michelle to tie it back up at 11. Official. One more for Michelle Arkley. So it's 11-11, playing to 21 points. See if Michelle was, she'd been pulling that mat up, and then see if she does it again. Little an angry cloud that's kind of covered the sun here. I don't think, not sure what's happening at the moment. Let's see if I can hear. I think our volunteer flipper got a little confused, and so the ladies were trying to get him straightened out. So I think we've all got it worked out. We're all in agreement that it's 11-11. There's a cloud that's just kind of covering half the green. Sun will be returning in momentarily. Right. Show back to pulling that mat up and kind of going back to the short jack that she's been playing. Also seems to be favoring this hand here. Oh, a couple yards short. Not her best first bowl effort there. All right, opens the door for Nita. She's going to make it all the way. She's going to make it all the way. Pretty good opener there by Nita. Maybe a foot short at most. I think we'll probably see Michelle going to that same hand. Just the other hand's kind of blocked with her first bowl. Trying to see if she can play it through here. Got to get all the way up there, Nate. Got to get all the way up there. Oh, Michelle leaving her about at least a yard short. Well, Nita just needs to add a little weight here. Looks like she's done that. That's another good solid bowl, another bowl in the head. I mean, it's still a yard away though, so I think there's definitely room for Michelle to draw if she could just make these little correction here. Hopefully not overcorrect. Just needs to be inside this one. Yeah, I got a little rub on it. That's good. Probably make it a measure between those two. He's going to stick with that hand. Probably just keep trying to draw to that bowl. The last bowl delivered. See if she can come to right there. Little narrow, might get off her own. Oh, but that flopped in. That might be in for a shot now. Michelle wants to know, so Rena's going to have a look here. She can't tell. Still didn't change a shot. Really just should just be a draw right there. Look at this. Just inside that'll do it. That's well done by Michelle. Very nice bowl there. Definitely in for a shot. And again, because the other's a measure, it may be two, because it might even be because it's leaning on Nita's, it might lean it right on out. But we'll see. He's got one bowl left. Looks very close. Oh, right through. Unlucky. Good effort there. Michelle will definitely get one here. It's just a question of whether she's got a two here. Just one for Michelle, so she wasn't holding, but then that last draw gave her the shot. So it's 12-11 now. I think Michelle's going to be pulling them out up and then probably getting near the, keeping it on the short middle again. Yeah, again, found kind of a short to short medium length here. Michelle again favoring this kind of wide hand. She's just been kind of playing it like a good lead. So a singles player is kind of traditional. It's just kind of find a hand you like and stick with it. Pretty good opener there. A position, about 2 feet behind, right behind the center, right behind the jack. Right. See if Nita can respond. Yeah, a little heavy and narrow there. Michelle just wants to do the same thing. Just float a little further past. Definitely holding two though, but see what Nita can make a good adjustment here. Not too far away. Just a little heavy. Good road. Cut it to one. Michelle, look at this. Looks really good here. Holding 2. Maybe 6 inches short. Foot away. Always needed the other hand. See if she might try a jack or bull shot here. She got jack, bull, or bull here on this hand. Not far off. Oh, little unlucky, but still was able to cut it to 1. Better than the 2 it was, because she could have, with that bull that was there, she could have hit the jack through, hit that bull through, or hit the other bull through, and instead she cut about half the jack and the bull. But at least she cut it down, so she achieved that goal. I think Michelle just wanted to take a look and make sure she was still holding 1 and see how far away she was. Just see the head just over Miranda's shoulder. All right. Michelle's just trying to find this bull here. Not far away. Oh, look at that. Good shot there. Should get her another point, I think. Yeah, she should probably be in for 2, because I think this one probably beats that one. It looks like it anyways. At worst, it's a measure. Now Nita's going to have to work to try and cut it down to 1. It's really narrow. I don't think she's going to do it. She just needed to. I think she was just trying to find something on this line, and that's why she had to kind of overweight, because anything that would have hit any of those bulls there would have stopped and would have been good for second. I don't think she did it. Well, I don't want to make agreement on anything that I know, but it looks. I mean, Michelle's in for 1 guaranteed. It's just a question of whether she's got a second or not. And this will be the biggest lead Michelle's had in the match. Have a little bit of a wind going. I mean, I think I heard it was going to be 25-mile-an-hour winds this afternoon, and we have arrived. Kind of see the palm tree shadow where Miranda, our marker, is. It's blowing pretty reasonably good here. So, all right, they're going to measure the second one here. It's 2. I thought it was 2. Looked like 2. All right, Michelle's up by 3 now, 14-11. 7 away from the victory, and she's outscored over the last 11 ends. She's outscored Nita 14-3. More than a few of these kind of like thick clouds, and with the high winds, it's kind of blowing it in, and it's dark for a minute, and then bright as it can be. All right, see if Michelle's sticking with the same length, and I don't blame her. See, sticking with the same hand, and I don't blame her. And see if she can. You can see the results paying off. Dead draw toucher there. He's probably gonna, playing the same hand and try a jack or bull on this hand here. Gotta make it all the way. Good effort here by Nita. Solid second shot though, and is probably gonna force Michelle to play the other hand. Yeah, it's a safer play for Michelle. She doesn't want to push that one up, so I don't think she's played this hand quite as well as she has the other hand. White's, again, pretty solid. A little short. And it's kind of in her own way, but she's got something to kind of work off of. So she's going to keep coming in that direction. See if she can get to the bull or the jack or even come off the inside of her own bull. See, from this hand with that kind of weight, if she could hit the bull underneath, she could hit the jack clean, or she could hit the inside of her own bull and then come across to hit either one of those. I think Michelle's going to probably come around behind, just avoiding that. Yeah, that's a pretty good spot there because all of those options were moving the jack to this direction. So rather than play around through here, she opted for this, which is interesting. But she got it there home. He's going to try again. And close this time. Oh. Now the downside with that is it kind of got it out of the way. I mean, she's got second out of it, but now Michelle's got a chance to make a number here if she wants to. She can play this shot and she could just make it herself and she could peel the jack back into here for a 3 at least. Depending on how far it goes, if she makes it all the way to here, it might pull this one in for a 4. But they're going to have a look. Because there's another bull that's back over here that's Nita's. But in this vicinity, here is a nice little triangle that Michelle's got. If she can get that jack into it and then follow it, then there's a chance, like right in here, which wouldn't be, playing it through about 2 feet, then she could maybe get a 4 out of it. But I think she'd be very happy if she could pick the jack up and just move it anything. Probably take it away from these 2 bulls that are away and try and get to a 3. Just kind of a little too high, I think. I don't think this is going to make it back. Yeah, she just looked more like draw weight there. Yeah, she kind of shaking her head a bit, like she didn't like that effort. Anita doesn't want to make this shot forward, but I think shouldn't do anything different. I mean, he just got second. She really kind of wants to chip the bull out if she can. Again, the jack is less, because of this bull, it's a little problematic. So let's see what happens. Oh, look at this. Oh, that's one way to do it. Well, I didn't have that on my bingo card. I think Nita's going to steal that one coming up that front bull and around. That was definitely a shot to play with that same kind of weight. The same weight that you would do would push that bull out. But it could be what eventually is like a little wing draw, like coming off this bull and having it rock around, which is what you did. You just peeled that jack right off. So it's one for Chambers. Closes the gap a bit, 14-12, and then she'll also be able to get the mat and kind of probably go back to her distance, unless she wants to do something radically different. All right, well, it looks like the other televised rink that we would for the guys was match between Tom Richardson and Steve Smith. And it looks like that just finished. So they're going to have another game here because that's going to be the staggered start. And I'm not sure who it's going to be. It looks like Southeast and Central. And they're going to be flipping. So we got another game that we could, even if when this one ends, we may just bring you that one. We may switch over to that one potentially. But first things first. It is back to kind of going a little bit longer now. Yeah, decent opener. See if decent opener by needing. Let's see if Michelle can match her or do something better. Yeah. Not too bad with the new distance. Both kind of fairly solid bowls, both about a yard away. Oh, I think we need to miss the line here. Yeah, it's not her best delivery, and I think she'd do it. Let's see if Michelle can make a small correction here. Oh, just both ladies overcorrected. They're not their best efforts on that second one. Okay, here's need to try it again. Back to the first. That's a little heavy. Let's see if Michelle can make a better effort here as well. Slow down a bit. No, just a little heavy. That's going through as well. Both ladies overcorrecting and overcorrecting the correction. And there's a little zesty here as well. But she manages to hit Michelle's ball out of there. So it is probably holding one. But a lot of room to draw for Michelle. Looks like a pretty good effort here. Is it going to be enough? Looks like it. But let's we can't tell with the angles, but it sure looks like Michelle got that one with their last ball. And it does look like next door. It looks like it's Bob Schneider from Central and Eric Poor from the Southeast playing the stagger start game. So hope is that we could, after this one finishes, unless the ladies have already had their stagger start, that we might switch over to that one. Give you a bonus coverage here. Okay, it is one for Michelle, making it 15-12. right. Let's see what's happening. There's Michelle. So a little further than what her normal has been. Not too much though, I don't think. I think you'll probably see her playing this hand. That's what she's been kind of going back and forth on this hand when she can. It's another good start by Michelle. Just definitely, this is the advantage of being able to control the mat length and the jack and the mat position, because then you can just kind of get in a groove and play like your natural length or whatever the length is. It's easy for you. And she's very much tightened down her first bowl, and it immediately puts pressure on your opponent. Now, Nita's kind of playing jack or bull shot here. Yeah, that's well done by Nita. Nice response there. Michelle's gonna. I wonder if she's gonna stick with it. Yeah, it looks like it. I mean, with this bull being just slightly here, you could see the case to be made for playing a jack or bull there. But she's really played this hand well, so it's kind of hard to get away from it. So I think that's what her thinking was. And she didn't even waste any time. She just sat down and fired. I think we'll see Nita trying to do the same hand and trying to get to this bull. Anything on the outside of this jack so she can move the jack over, or trying to move it that way. Doesn't want to be under that jack if she could help it. Yeah, a little short. Michelle's going to stick with it. So Michelle, I think her play could be to come into the bowl or in the inside of this jack to have it go this way. That would be ideal for her. She's not far away here. Look at this shot. Yeah, that's well done, Michelle. Great bowl there. All right, now we got it all worked out. I think we're having difficulty communicating, and I think Nita still thought she was holding and was confused. She was asking, "What's the shot bowl?" And when it wasn't her, she was confused. So now she knows she's down, so she knows she can play this through. Again, trying to get to the jack or the ball in that hand, do the same thing that Michelle did, and she's not far away. Needs to get all the a little short. Had the road. I think that was the road. Now Michelle's got all the position. If I'm not mistaken, she's got all three of these bowls here, so she could play it through and get to in this zone and get to a 4. It's possible. Yeah, it's another nice draw. Just missing the jack. Not sure if it's 2 or not, but it's a good bowl in a good position. And Nita's going down to look for herself for her last bowl. That men's singles games that we're likely going to switch over to cover. They're just finished their trials and they started their first bowl here. All right. There's Nita. That is not good for her. Not really a good setup. All four of these bowls are away, and her three bowls are here. I don't think she's going to try and push them up. She's going to try and see if she can get the clean draw or come to the corner, but you got to be very careful because jack movement is bad for her. She goes crosshead to hit her own up. Look at that shot. Wow. I don't know if that was the plan, but that's an interesting way to do it. I mean, I could see the promotion with all those bowls there that were hers. I just thought she would come straight at it, come this way to promote. And I don't know if she intended to promote it on the other hand, but that's what she's done and has got one out of it. So, Nita with another point here. It's 15-13, playing to 21 points. Now, Nita will have the mat, and she'll probably go back to that, pulling the mat up and then going kind of long near the tee has been her style. So if you're joining us a little late in this game, Nita Chambers won the first 6 ends, going up 8-0, and then Michelle closed quickly with the 4 and a 3. Really kind of driven by Nita on that 7th end, threw the jack in the ditch. So Michelle got to pick the distance and then took advantage and got a 4, and then playing her distance again, got a 3, and just like that, it's 7-8. And then they traded for a bit and got 11-11. And then Michelle, and with the 1 or 2, extended it out to 14-11 and then 15-12. And now Nita's had a nice little conversion shot there. I'm not sure if that was the plan or not, but I mean, she had good weight. It may have been a little narrow and lucky. I'm not sure if it was her plan or not to promote those bowls. I think she would probably be more that she was going for a draw, but it worked out. She's not going to give it back. So that gets us where we are at 15-13. And this is the second round. We have 2 rounds every day for the national championships. And we have it's Michelle Arkley from the Northeast Division, Anita Chambers from the Northwest Division. All right, let's see if Nita can get a solid first bowl in here. Just a little heavy. Just a little heavy. The thing that's been pretty devastating is when they went to the other distance, Michelle has just been pretty rock solid with her first bowl, getting it, easily within a yard almost every time, more likely within a foot and a half. Yeah, not a bad opener. Maybe at most a foot short, just offline, but. All right, here's Nita's second. Really wants to slip under that one. So, yeah, probably a yard, 4 feet through. There's Michelle, just wants to kind of beat her own bowl. Like a slight adjustment, make sure you add the weight. This looks really good here. Very nicely done there. Very nicely done. putting the pressure on Nita again. I don't think Nita got her line. Yeah, didn't miss. Not sure what the plan was with that one. I don't know if she was trying to come with a little bit of weight and trying to kind of hit something. I mean, she was very heavy with that. Michelle probably should just try and just. There's a case to be made for getting something behind, but she's probably better off just drawing the third one. Yeah. Don't know if that made it or not. It probably not. Nita really wants to get one in here. I mean, it's one or the other. If you're going to go, and then get the jack. But I think she's better off just trying to draw and cut it down, or maybe get shot. A lot of room to draw to cut it to one. Just very heavy with the last one. Just kind of got hit in that one. And she's definitely down 2. Michelle's got the last ball here. Michelle was wise. She'll stick with that same hand and just try and work on her own ball here would probably be good. Keep removing the jack. Just a nice little draw or matching this one here. Very close. Is it going to sit? Is it going to sit? Yeah, I think it just drifted away. Probably 2. I don't think you're good. I think hard to say which one's third, but I think it's just 2. All right, the 2 are out. Now they're looking at see if there's a third. Nita was almost ready to give. It's like, oh, that one's got to be closer. And it's like, well, I don't know. So they're gonna give it all a look-see and kind of measure. I think 2 go all the way around the clock, maybe. Two it is. So 2 to Michelle Arkley to make it 17-13. I always find that 17 is kind of one of the other major milestones because now any end can be the last end in singles because all you need is a 4 and then it's over. Until I've learned that kind of the hard way. All right. A bit longer for Michelle this time, I think. She's been kind of playing a little on the shorter side. This is a little longer for her, so we'll see. She might be feeling pretty confident because, I mean, her first bowl, even at Nita's distance, was pretty well done, so. All right, Michelle's first one is okay. It's just off the screen. You can see a little bit. And then yeah, it's a little back. Steve, can you pull back just a little bit? Here's Michelle's second. There you go. Perfect, Steve. Thank you. You can see Michelle's first one there. And there's her second. That's pretty well done there. That's two good bowls. I think she wanted to get away from the. Had to switch hands with Nita's kind of a little short one. A couple yards short there. It's gonna drift in. Oh, just outside. Pretty good bowl though by me. Nice try. Just want to be inside that one. And Michelle really wants to do something very similar here. Took a little pace off. Just don't know if that's three or not. Right, here's Nita. Looks like she's going to go the forehand here. I just think she needed a lot more pace to try and get inside, and try and get to that bowl. Not even arriving. All right, Michelle's can draw another one here, and just wants to try and slip that bowl, be similar to her second. Just get it nice and close. This looks good. She's going to stop right there. Is it drifting? Well, that looks like three and could be four. All right, big moment here for the match. Or needed. Really could use a conversion or a cut down here. Needs the pace, needs to find that jack or bull. Just kind of sailing around. Just came across. I think that's a closer ball. Well, let's see what the verdict is. It looks like it's at least two, and there's a chance that it's four. Because this is Michelle's here, and this is Michelle's here. I just don't know about how close either one of these two bowls are. These definitely look like they're in. But I guess we'll get the word and we'll see what's happening. There's the two. She's already reaching for the third one. That's three. Now it's just a question of whether that one in the front left is in or not. And this one might be. I don't know if they're saying three and they're done. Three and they're done. All right. Well, Michelle gets to 20 now. So all she needs is to win an end. And this thing's over. Anita's not done yet. She needs 8 points. She started the match getting 8 in a row. She just needs to do it again, and she wins. But Michelle has taken it up a notch for sure. I mean, she was starting to really kind of feel the rink. Starting about the fifth end, she was starting to get it, and then even kind of increasing over the last 10 ends or so. It's definitely been. She's been on it. And she's been very, played a lot of singles, and she's just got her length and tries to keep the same length. So, because just make it that much easier for her to get her bowls in. All right, here's Michelle's first. I mean, I know when you want to get to 20, you really want to have that first one just be all over it. It's just, you only need one. You only need one really good one. Just have it be the first one. Why the heck not? In this case, not so much. Just a couple yards through. All right, so now if you're Nita, it's like now if she's opened the door for you, you've got a chance. Get a first one in there. Just nice and smooth. Play your favorite hand. Put one in tight. Put the pressure on. Yeah, she's just really overcooked this one. She's very far back. It stayed in, but it's very heavy. All right, Michelle just needs to drop the, even drop it a yard will be fine. Yeah, this is good. That's very well done there. We dropped about, yeah, about a yard, 4 feet. And again, needed Michelle's kind of dormy. She just needs any point. Nita cannot allow her to score from here on out. See if Nita could calm it down and get a nice bull in here. This looks pretty good. Great pressure bull by Nita. All right. Let's see if. Okay. All right. Here's Michelle. Interesting. She's sticking with her the hand that she's been playing. Even though the head looks like it'd be set up the other way, she must really like this hand. Look at this shot. Wow, what a stunner there. Beautiful bull. That might be a match-winning shot right there. Beautiful shot. Great response. Just when Nita thought, okay, I have done it. Michelle just takes it away. Didn't even get her a chance to look at it. All right. Nita's got her last, could be her last 2 bulls. Needs to keep answering, keep responding. It's close. Oh, just a little heavy. Well, Michelle really doesn't have any big danger. I mean, if anything, there's a couple bulls back here. If she's worried about a number. Instead, she's just going to draw an absolute dagger. Absolute dagger there, putting it right on top of the jack. Nina's going to have an incredible response. And especially with Michelle having this other bull here, so even if she manages to chip the bull out, she can't go away too far. If she hits the jack, she's got to stay with it, because odds are the jack's going to kick this way. That was an absolute dagger stunner of a bull by Michelle. Really put Nita to the test here with her last. Nita could make a great bull and still not get the good result. Oh, nice try. All right. Michelle Arkley is going to win this one 21-13. But a game Nita Chambers put a scare in her early with a point at the beginning to go up 8-0, but couldn't hang on. So this match is over, 21-13. We're going to probably switch all our cameras and give us a minute to try and get to the other singles match that's going on next door from the guys that we talked about. Eric Poor from the Southeast and Bob Schneider from Central. That one's already started and a few ends in, so the guys are starting to pivot and get all the turn everything around here, so it might be a minute or two, and then we'll try and get the scores all set up.
We just need to know what the score is on that scoreboard.
Okay, so we're starting with a 2-2. So Eric Poor is got these purple bowls with the yellow sticker, yellow the color of the southeast. And Bob Schneider's got the black bowls with the green stickers, green being the color for central. And away we go. And you see the first bowls there are pretty close for both guys. And Schneider tried a jack or bowl shot there and just managed to, unfortunately, just tick the jack and kind of give it cleaner to Eric. And our marker is from the Santa Barbara area, Mackenzie Park, I believe. It's Becky Rinaldi is marking. Pretty good ball by Eric. Oof. Great Wayne. I think he was probably trying to target this ball and trying to come here. It was just a little narrow. Even a little tuck would have been okay for him. Let's see what Bobby's going to do. I think Bobby's going to be a little forceful. That's where this one was, a little forceful and tip the jack. I think he just wants to try and hit jack or bowl here. Trying to get a little turn on it. Oh, he touched it again. Touched it and didn't move it. All right. It's Eric. Oh, don't move the jack. Oh, oof. I think he kept the shot. That was a little dicey though. Bobby's they're both gonna come down and have a look with their last ball to come. I think Bob probably still has the right idea. I don't think you're getting anything coming on this direction. I think you're better off on this way here. You try not to lose your own bowl because Eric's got third and fourth. So I think ideally if you hit the jack would be the best because you've got this behind if you can catch it clean. The one thing you really, really don't want to do is hit this side of the jack and move it over here because then you'll be down 3 and then staring down at the fourth. So I think the better target is playing that hand but trying to target the bowl. Well, Bobby's rooting it on. He's rooting it on. Oh no. Oh, we got enough of it. Ooh. It was trying to get away. It was trying to get away. Bobby Schneider. Living right. Quite sure where in the ditch. Eric's got one more though. But you can see, I mean, man, he got just enough of the jack to spring it just over here. But if he would have deli sliced it over to here, that would have been bad news. But he managed to get enough to get it over here. Should be 3. I mean, with the ball like here-ish in the ditch, then he should have these 3 here. Oh. I guess we got a visual aid with the mug from Joe Narmontes there. So I guess that's where it is. So that would be here for 3 right now. Putting Eric to the test here. Eric probably should just be thinking a draw here. Well, I think wrong bias. Well, that'll happen. Make sure everybody gets their drink orders in. And I think that'll be should be 3 for Schneider. Let them be official here.
Were you missing? Did you leave? Every thought, right? There aren't very many movements.
Okay. Going running for a measure here. Don't think either one of these guys carries one with them, so they've got two they pulled out, and they're going for send Bobby to his bag to get a tape. I figured it was three. Really didn't look that close, but you're entitled to the measure. So it's 3 for Schneider. And you'll go up 5-2. Playing at 21 points rather. First to 21. A bonus coverage for you. You're in the part of the World Bowl Series. It's our first year as Bowls USA being part of the World Bowl Series. Right. That's our first end. We'll get to cover Soup the Nuts here. So Bobby Schneider playing the same black bowls I've always seen him play, and with the familiar central green stickers. Looks like he's playing the ditch hand here. His forehand going this way. A little short there. A healthy 4 or 5 feet. Oh, poor Eric. All right, here's Eric's first. A couple of spectators there. Kind of need to put to a proper spot to sit. Eric's a little heavy there. Schneider's going to stick with the hand, see if he can add a yard to it and float it around. Not bad there, kind of matching it. See if Eric can take the weight off. Not quite, still a little heavy. Bob should be holding 2 right now. Still just wants to kind of split the difference between the two. I think would be a pretty good bowl here. Yeah, a little short from Bob there. Not what he wanted. Eric really needs to kind of drop these 2 yards. He's gonna switch hands, I guess, and hopefully get around all Bob's bowls. Seemed to like the line he was getting on the other hand. It's better line there. It might have actually made it in. Not sure about the distance between that front bowl of Bob's and the back bowl. Can't be more than 1. That looks pretty good there. Should be good enough for a shot with that front one. I think Eric's going to have a look-see. Just not sure what the depth. This one should be shot. It's the second. I don't know if between these two. Even Eric's going to have a little look and see what he thinks. No, no. Okay, I think Bob was saying, I was like, geez, I think he left some chalk on there from the time before. I was like, oh, geez, don't measure it or count it. Let's see what Eric's going to do. He could just do the draw. He does have this catcher here. He's holding up because you can see over here they're counting and kicking balls in. So I think it was a bit of a distraction for him. So he's resetting. Just a little heavy. Mine was pretty good. Just a little heavy. All right. Well, they both had a look at it, so they should probably know what the count is without too much drama. But yeah, two more for Schneider. He'll go up 7-2. And, just joined us for some reason. We're here in beautiful Laguna Beach, California. Laguna Beach Lawn Bowling Club, the 2025 National Championships. It's a 7-game round robin for the 8 teams that are here in men's singles and pairs and women's singles and pairs. We started the morning with a barn burster. Do they burst barns these days? A good match. That's what I get for being colorful. Good match in the morning in men's pairs between PIMD and South Central. And then we just finished watching a women's singles match. And then this is kind of bonus coverage for a men's singles match. And the afternoon is still the second round. We have the extra coverage because we have 7 rinks on each green, so we can only have 7 games at a time, but yet there's supposed to be 8 games. So the singles usually take a little less, definitely less time than the pairs, almost exclusively. So they have one game that's always a staggered start that just goes on the rink that finishes the fastest. And that happened to luckily be the one that we have our cameras on. So we're bringing you this match as well. And it had just started 2-2 when we took over. So now it's 7-2 for Schneider from Central and Eric Pours it 2 from the southeast. All right, first bull's in. Bomb's opted to go a little shorter with the jack here, and actually he went heavy and put in the ditch, and Eric's gone shorter when he had the mat, so trying to do something different. Bomb is about 5 feet through with his first. His second one looks like a great adjustment, though. Yeah, that's a really good bull. Eric trying to respond. Oh, just missing. It's kind of floating it past. Bobby should be holding 2 here. Yeah, that's another one. Another good bull. 3 for Schneider now. Really putting the pressure on Eric. Trying here. It's good effort. Is it going to slow down? Yeah. Good bull by Eric. Cut it to 1. I'll be switching hands. Trying to see if he can get a touch on the jack. Nope, a little heavy. All right, last bull for Eric. Just down the 1. He's got a chance. Just needs to beat Bob's bull. Giving it a look here. Giving it a look here. Yeah, well done by Eric. Great shot there. Should be 1 for Poor. I'm putting it down as 1 for Poor myself. When it is, so that'll make it Schneider 7, Poor 3. And Bobby played some good bulls, but Eric was up to the task. And it's interesting to see sometimes where you see somebody has a jack length that they like, and they kind of stumble a little bit, and then their opponent gets the jack, and then things change. Right. Looks like Eric seems to be favoring going a little bit shorter. All right, here's Eric's first. A little bit heavy. Pretty good road, though. A couple yards through, though. All right, here's Mr. Schneider. And again, just finishing short. You know, really be better off. I mean, I think at this position, I'd rather have Eric's bull. If Eric can make a Small adjustment. Yeah, very good there. Nice ball by Eric. Great adjustment. That's well done. Bobby's second. It's a little bit better position. That's why I think his first one really should be going there. Still room for Eric to draw and try and do the same thing here. He's taking some off. Didn't need to make any adjustment. Took a lot of weight off. It's unfortunate. Probably just wants to split the difference between his two. That should be a pretty good ball. Yeah, it's looking close. Getting close there. Yeah, pretty good effort. Pretty nice ball there. Yep. Bob got shot with that last one. Eric's trying to think about what he wants to do here. Last time he did that, he rolled the wrong bias. I think he's done it again. I'm not allowed to say anything, but I could see it in his hand that he had the wrong bias. Well, it's okay, Eric. Nobody on the internet saw it or anything. All right, here, free one for Bobby. He's trying to get a second one in. Just need to match his last, which was pretty smooth. Got another good one here. Just a little tap. Yeah, that's pretty well done. It's taking advantage of your opponent's mistakes. Should be two for Schneider, I think. Two it is. So Schneider extends his lead to 9-3. For those of you who aren't familiar with bowls and are curious what, not to beat up on poor Eric, but you'll notice that the bowls, when they're delivered, they have a bias to them so that they curve. So you need to know which way is it going to curve beforehand. And the bowls that you see will have, at least especially with the stickers, the way they're set up, is, well, we'll get your cameras right. So one side is kind of got a circle, and the other side's got a dot. So it's going to go in the direction of the dot. So that's why he was set up wanting to go this way, but he had his dot on the right, and so it went this way. So that's why they were standing, he was standing right here, and we were literally right here looking in, and I could see the bull, and I could see the dot. I knew when he let it go this way that it was going to go that way. So, and if you're wondering at home how to keep from doing that, my tip is if there's the mat and you're standing behind, put it in your hand this way correctly. And if you have to change it, if you get on the mat and go, I don't like it, then step right back and then get it right in your hand and then get back on the mat. You'll never roll long bias that way. All right, here's Bobby's first one. Yeah, not too bad. He's close to 2 yards through. Eric, I think, has got some pace on this. This is traveling. It might go all the way in. Yep, that's in the ditch. All right, probably just look at the, just take maybe a little yard off. That'd be good. Pretty much the same bull. No adjustment there. Still a lot of room for Eric. Well, should be good enough for a shot, but still a lot of room to draw. That's about, I mean, it's 2 feet short or so, and probably about 4 feet away from the jack or something like that. A lot of room for Bob to draw. Even just taking a yard off one of his first two would be enough. Still sailing. It's going to be close. I mean, nothing particularly really near the jack here. That was a better line by Bobby. He did make a weight adjustment. He's back muttering to himself. See if Eric can make this little correction here. Just got a little piece of the jack, knock it closer from himself. Yeah, it should be holding. Maybe two, but still a ton of room to draw. This one should be, this bull should be inside, and because he moved the jack over a little bit, might be close for that one as well. All right. Wow. Bob decided to heck with drawing. I'm just going to go at it and hit the jack, which he did, which then ricocheted and went 2 rings over. So since it was out of bounds, it gets put on the tee, which should be right about here. I'm not sure who's going to be holding once it gets put down. Not sure if it's this bull or this bull. All right, well, they're all coming to look after Schneider went crazy. Interesting choice by Bob. I mean, I just don't know if he was like frustrated or something. I mean, all he had to do was draw within 4 feet, and instead he opted to drive at the jack. And he really shouldn't be standing here because it's not his head; it's Eric's head. Yeah. We're doing good, Bobby. You know it's not your head, sir. Pokes his head in. Bobby is a performer. All right, see what Eric's got. See if he can get one close. There's still room to draw. Oh, don't hit the jack that way. Okay. Okay. All right, well, let's see. We'll see. I don't think Eric heard him, and Eric's walking down, and they need tape, and I don't know if Eric has one, so I think somebody might be going back. Okay. Luckily, John Monahan, who's been volunteer organizing our markers, has a tape handy so it saves somebody a walk. But it's pretty funny. Bobby said, "Well, I like my black one," and Eric said, "Well, I like my purple one." So it's like, okay, I guess we better measure it, see who's right. I mean, it's pretty close. I might have to get an umpire to measure it after all, but we'll see. Yep. And Mr. Schneider was right. It was very close, though. So one for Schneider, and he's the first to get the double digits, 10-3. Right. Again, Bombi seems to be liking the lengthy ones. Got the mat very close to the tee. And I think he's been trying to get the jack, maybe just making sure he keeps it in because he did have that one that he put into the ditch. So he's trying to err, if anything, to make sure it's in play, but keeping a long one. So seems to be what he's trying to do. He's been pretty consistent in what we've seen. So not a bad opener. Maybe a couple yards through, but a decent road. Not a bad place to be. All right. There's Eric. Looks pretty good here. Looks like a great bowl. Yeah, good bowl by Eric. A little unlucky with the jack kind of pushing the other way, but he's holding. And it's a good bowl, solid bowl. Schneider just needs to take a yard off. Which he's done. Pretty close to it, anyways. Interesting to see. I'm not sure who's holding. Eric's just going to rock and fire. He's narrow again here. Yeah, took a little weight off. And Bobby's going to ask what the shot is because I think he wants to know. She can't tell. And Bobby kind of overcooked this one. Still in play, but it's several yards through. I think Eric is up, and I think he's narrow again. I think he's adjusting the wrong way here. He's just kind of keeps getting shorter or narrower as opposed to the opposite. The adjustments you want to make. Still plenty of room for both guys to draw right now. Bobby's got much better position though. He's kind of stalking this one. Just needs to be inside that bowl. It's not going to get there. All right, so we're still at the original measure that we had a while ago, and I guess Eric's going to go take a look. All right, let's see if Eric can take the grass this time. Looks like he has. Like a pretty good effort here. It's going to stop. Right through the hole there. All right, well, I guess we'll probably get the tape out again. So I know it's between those two bowls, so Bob is starting to kind of speed things up a bit by kicking all the other ones that just really don't matter. Usually kind of a gentleman's agreement. Keep the play going. All right. And they conferred and agreed that Bob had the point, so it's one more for Schneider. 11-3. Since we've been watching, he's outscored Eric 11-1 or 9-1. Again, Bobby going long. You can see it just pretty close again. Usually within. I think the tee. This is just another chalk mark. That's not it. It's this. Whoops. He keeps moving it. Yeah. There's the tee right here. So you can see he's been pretty consistent with this like little yard or so, especially after he put the one in the ditch. Let's see how the first bowls go here. Bobby's going to make it all the way. It's pretty close. Is he going to make it all the way? Not a bad effort there. Couple feet. All right, here's Eric. He's going to stick with that hand. I think he's going to try and go around it, which he succeeds with. Is it going to stay? Yep, it's still on the green. Well, just the smallest adjustment for Bob. I mean, he could afford to just add a yard, and that'd be a pretty good ball. That finisher, almost equidistant from that one. Don't think he wants to do too much more than that, though. Yeah, just kind of keeping an eye on Eric back there. Just really added a lot to it. All right, see if Eric can throw it back a bit, make it a little adjustment here. Yeah, he's done that. Reasonable second. Still about 4 feet away, and I prefer him being behind. See if Bobby can split the difference between his two. I mean, really just needs to be close to his first one. First one's nothing wrong with. Just needs to do that again, or maybe add a yard on that. Yeah, it's taking too much weight off. So just people adjusting. You don't really need to. I mean, this is it's not ideal, but in this game, it's been pretty good. I don't know if it's the rink, the conditions with the wind. It's like that sometimes. All right. And Eric put his in the ditch. There's Bobby trying to make the adjustment here. Back to his first one. There you go. That's well done. Very nice. I'll really put Eric to it here. He's insisting on sticking with his hand, I think. And he's coming with some weight, trying to come through and see if he can hit either one of the bulls or the jack here. Not quite. Not quite. So it should be 2 more for Schneider. Starting to kind of run away with this now. So that'll make it 13-3. Playing to 21 points. And again, Schneider's on, since we started the coverage after it being 2-2 after 4, he's on 11-1 run. Officially 2 for Schneider. It's interesting. Bobby going with something different here. Keeping the mat in the same spot, but going much shorter this time. It's been a while. I want to thank you for Arrow Bowls. You can see our tent back in here. Arrow Bowls has let us have this tent for the season for the Southwest Division. It's been very helpful, keeping us shelter for the elements along with our equipment to keep everything dry and cool so we don't melt. So thank you, Arrow Bowls. Same line every time. All right, Bobby's first one. Pretty decent weight. Just missed the line a bit. If this length is a little more friendly for Eric. Pretty good opener by Eric. That's a nice pull there. Don't know if Bobby liked that one. I think he overcooked it. Yep. A little too heavy there. Not by much, but he is a little heavy. There, don't do anything different, buddy. Same thing. Just keep pouring them in. I'll turn here now. There it is. Oh man, it squeezed between them, but I think it's still 2. Big target for Bobby. Wants to come to it. It really just should be thinking a draw. Bob's third. Well, he's half chasing it. There it is, right on it. Good bull there. Eric can play a little jack or bull shot if he wants to. If he can get that bull, hit the bull and knock it out, then he'd be sitting for 3. He's giving it a look. Oh, swallow the jack. Good bull, Eric. Well done there. Well done there. Really puts in a tough place for Schneider to get to. I think it's just 1 right now. Wouldn't put it past Bobby to just have a go. Wouldn't shock me if he just tried to come through with weight and hit the jack or the bull this way. Yeah. Between those 2, to the bull or the jack. On the button. What a shot by Bob Schneider. I thought he might be trying that. Just it's the only bull around, so I kind of chipped it out. I think he might be holding 2 now. All right, see if Eric can just do it again and put it right back. And thread the needle. I think he's going to get wrecked. Yeah, unfortunate. Schneider with a great conversion there on his last to take the shot. Just not even giving Eric a chance to breathe. Let's see if it's just one. Yeah, just one. One for Schneider. And a hell of a one at that. No, 14-3. Going to 21 points. Well, let's see what Bob does this time. I don't know. He's won 5 ends in a row, 7 the last 8. Get back to, looks like back to long again. Eric made the mistake of picking up Bob's bowl. Why is that a mistake? Because Bob's a finger licker. He's kind of cruising through. A couple yards through there. All right. I'd like to see Eric get a nice solid first bowl here. All right, just kind of matching Bobby's. Both have a couple yards to take off. Let's see who can make the adjustment first. Well, he made an adjustment, just not much one. Let's see if Eric can make the adjustment here. This looks better. Eric's really close here. Great shot. Great shot by Eric Bohr. Well done. Sets up kind of a jack or bull shot for Bob, but he's got to execute it. And there's a little bit of a gap to try and find the hole there, so. And with Bobby being heavy on the last two, we might want to be trying to. Wouldn't shock me if he came up short here, and it looks like that's what he's done. It's kind of an overcorrection. Sometimes it's like that. You're here, and then you think you make the correction to here, but instead you make it here. So then you think, oh, well, I gotta really take some weight off, and then we're here. When really he wanted to be here again and just coming through. All right, see if Eric can get another one just underneath. Yeah, it looks like he's done probably 2. Yeah, it looks like 2 here. Another good weight. Now Bob's at it, 2 down all of a sudden. See if he can get this good weight and see if he can slip under his own bowl and get to that bowl. He got his own. Yeah, just kind of trickled away. A little unlucky. But again, that's what short bowl kind of collecting, and it happens. Eric's got a chance for a 3 here. He'll start getting him back in the game. He just needs to do the same thing he's done the last 2. Nothing different. Nothing different, Eric. Just sit. Don't hit the jack. Don't. Okay, we'll see. Should be at least 2. I don't know about the third one. At least he didn't move it too much. Again, the danger was moving the jack all the way back here, but he hasn't done that. All right, so Schneider's taking the 2 out for Eric. Now they're going to look at the third one. But 2 it is. So Eric's back on the board, stops the streak. But it's still 14-5 Schneider. Playing to 21 points. See if Eric's going to do anything different with the jack here. A little on the shorter side. Trying to look up and down the green here and see what I can see. I think all the ladies, 3 of the ladies' pairs games are still going on. The staggered women's singles is still going. For the men, there's 1 pairs game still going. And then this staggered game, of course. All right, here's Eric's first. Looks like a pretty good ball here. Good opener. Good opener by Eric. Really nice. Very close. Not quite a toucher. All right, here's Bob. Just wants a little action. Wants to make sure he gets all the way up there. Yeah, just didn't quite reach. Eric wants the same thing. No shorter. I mean, with Bob coming up short, and then it gives free rein for Eric to be able to play all the way up and through. And he's come up a little short. All right, well, Bob, now you've got a second, so you really can afford to be positive. You push your own up and in, or preferably get to that bowl of the jack here. I think he's trying, just cruising around. Nice effort there. Another close second. Eric on confirmation that he's still holding. He is. You've got to be careful here. Doesn't want any jack movement now because Bobby put in a really solid ball there. You don't want to be moving that jack and giving it right to him. Oof. Pretty good effort there. Almost like kind of one of those no, yes, no, yes. Bobby still probably nothing really changed. Still wants to jack or bull shot here in the forehand. Really, he's got a turn. He's going to make it. Oh man, again, just around. All right, Eric's last, and he's going to have a look. Don't blame him. It's an interesting choice here. I mean, you are kind of vulnerable right here. because Bobby's got these two bulls right here, and any movement on the jack's going to go right to him. And you're holding one. You don't want to put anything out front here. And now his bull fell over just as he was standing up for it. I don't know if he's still holding. Bull actually fell away from the jack just as we were standing here, or just as he walked up to it. I think he's still holding. I mean, as I was starting to say, if you put a bull here, you don't want to have something that Bob can come across on. So that's the danger of having anything like short and narrow here. Bobby's always fidgeting. Well, I guess we'll get a good shot of Bobby's backside here. Bring it on yourself, Mr. Schneider. Bring it on yourself. All right, here's Eric. It's away. Looks like he's got some pace on it, so I think he's going to go to the back. Well, it's okay. The main thing is he didn't want to be short. This is all right. I don't mind this at all. Bob's got an opportunity, but he's got to make it. I mean, he's going to either get to the bull or get to the jack, and then it's on the draw with this, the same weight. I mean, he does have a 3 if he can get that jack clean or just tip the bull out like a roll or two. Keep that same weight he's been playing. There's a little zest here. Trying. Oh, he tipped his own. That kind of kept it from making it in. It was a good try. The danger is, I mean, if Bob really kind of came through, he didn't want the jack to squirt through this gap, and then he'd be 2 down. Didn't want that. Didn't want to go from 1 down to 2 down. But it'll be 1 for Eric. Another bite of the elephant to make it 14-6. Playing to 21 points. So the second game was starting at 1:15. It was trials at 1:15, and with 3-hour and 15-minute time limit, then that would make it 4:30, where all the pairs games are supposed to be done, or no jack after. So I think we're going to have the last couple singles, and then we'll be done. I see 3 women's pairs games going on. Two of them probably are on their last end. One of them, I think, has got its last 2 bowls. Right. Eric is very deliberate when he gets the mat. Kind of gone for a little bit of a longer jack. What's his score on his card? All right, first ball is away from Eric. And toucher. And it's about probably a healthy 3 yards through. Let's see what Bobby's got here. Yeah, he's probably about 4 feet short. Let's see if Eric can slip this ball. Yep, underneath it. Still a lot of room to draw. Bobby had a good line, just needs to add the 5 feet, 2 yards, put him right behind in pretty good spot there. There's a nice pull there. Nice pull there. Take a shot. See if Eric can get the grass. He's been pretty consistent to be narrow by a couple feet. Yeah, kind of narrow again. Heavy like his first one. Open the door for Bob to try and get a second one in. They're both going to come down and have a look. And Bob's going to be short with his first one. All right. Eric's last ball here. Down one in the head. Give it a look. Needs to get past those two. That's well done. Just went aggressive. Trying to take it all the way back for a 3 right now. Really putting the pressure on Bob. Very aggressive play there. And just maybe he just didn't think he could draw. I mean, both these guys have had shots that I was like, well, there's a draw to be made, but maybe it just the conditions are just feeling kind of rough for them. They feel a little more confident with the weighted shot, so that's what they've done a couple times. Bob needs to get one back there in range. Just all the way through. So that's going to be a 3 for Eric with a pretty good shot there. Closing the gap again. 3 ends in a row, 6 points in the last 3 ends to make it 14-9 now. Just about 4:30, and I'm going to look at the games here. It looks like I'm guessing the last men's game that we have is probably, hopefully, down to their last balls. Women's pairs, I think they've got 2 games going on right now. Looks like they're probably on their last end and their last balls. Oh, the bell just rang, so there's no more jacks for any of the pairs games. It's 4:30. But no time limit on this one or the other women's singles match. Not sure what Eric's waiting for here. A couple of yards through. Here's Bobby's first. That looks like a pretty good one there. Maybe a foot short or so. I think Eric's uncorked this one as well. Looks like that's going to the Mac. But he has made an adjustment. He got it halfway back. Probably should still be holding one. Probably second. See if he just wants to add a yard on his first. Probably be a good shot. He just kept the same weight. Corrected the line. Kind of framed it for Eric. Get lay a nice weighted shot and get a jack or bull here, and especially with these two behind. I think he played. Looks like he played the weight for it. Just didn't have the line because going all the way around here. Bob's holding two. I think it would serve him well to add a yard here, maybe attacking his own ball here. So if it goes around, you're in this spot. If you hit this, you're not closer. Yeah, there it is. Right on that ball's good. That's all right. It's in a decent spot to keep, since Eric has shown that he doesn't afraid to jack hunt. All right, he's going to try it again, I think. He's a positive shot trying to hit either one of these bulls or the jack. I think he's going to go just wide. Just narrow underneath. Bob's got a chance to draw a third here. Kind of a free throw. Just needs to beat this bull here. So anything within a yard should do it. Even hitting his own. This would be, again, I think, the bull to target. He's come up with a very nice draw. It's looked really good during there. Probably going to be three. We'll wait for the official. Since we're on the far end to make sure that it is three. Becky seems pretty convinced. She's getting everything pursed out. Yep, it is three. So the streak stops after Eric wins 6 points at 3 ends. Probably responds with the three. Goes up 17-9. Again, singles is 17, kind of one of those benchmarks, because now any end could be the last one. See, Bobby goes back to this kind of long distance here. Yeah. More of a medium long, not quite as long as he had been doing it. All right, see if Bobby can get a nice solid first ball win. Pretty good here as an opener. That's a pretty good opener there. Nothing wrong with that. No more than a yard, probably more like 2.5 feet through. Here's Eric's first. Oh, just missing. Pretty good opener by Eric as well. Right. Just a small adjustment. Even the same ball really wouldn't be bad. The main thing is you don't want to over adjust here. Come up short. Better just do the same thing. Yeah, another one by Bobby. That's pretty good there. Good weight. Yeah, Eric playing it a little aggressive, coming through and getting the jack. Turn that head right on over. Probably 2 now. All right, so Becky says it's 1 and a measure. So Bobby's always going to switch on the other hand. Looks like he's going to try and draw one here. Doesn't have any in the position. Just needs the inside half of the bowl. He's not far away. Ooh, great shot there. What a bowl by Bob Schneider. First, played that hand first time, playing the other hand twice, then switch over to that hand, and boom. All right, here's Eric. See if he can respond. He can afford to be positive. Jack or bull shot would be all right. You can punch Bobby right out of there or catch the jack. Oh, man. Oh, he did get it. I thought he was going to go right through, but he did just get it, just a tick of the jack there. Kind of hard to, don't have a good angle where we are there. Not sure which is shot. Still might be holding one. Just don't know between this bowl and this bowl. A lot of room to draw for both guys with 1 to go. Bobby should just kind of go to the basics. Like, where was it you were before? I mean, there's no reason he can't just make the adjustment if he was here before. Just make a little more grass. Try and get to like here, so you can keep it in balance. I'm probably thinking just add a yard, a little more grass. Make sure it comes back all the way and gets in. And that's going to be the question as to whether it's still in bounds or not. Yeah, that's out. Yeah, so when the jack is kind of getting close to the boundary line like this, then even if you get close on this side, it doesn't do you any good. It's out. Oh, you're better off, I think. I mean, this situation, just trying to have this be your target. You don't need to draw to the jack. Just draw to the spot here. I mean, this would get him shot. This would get him shot. He was actually closer, but because he hung it out. Again, I'm not sure who's holding, but now Eric's got a chance. All right, looks like the last women's pairs game just ended. They're raking the bowls in.
Down in front.
All right. Eric feels like he's ready. Again, I think that was a spot to go for. You could also try and chip Bob's out if you wanted to. The line was maybe okay, but just very heavy. Now it's a question of who's holding. Guess Bobby thought he was pretty sure he was holding. Guess it wasn't even close. I mean, if Bobby was kicking it in, then it probably was pretty clear that it was one for him. He concedes the one. So Schneider gets to 18 now. 18-9. So Schneider's 3 away from winning this. I think the women's singles stagger game is still going on, also between Southeast and Central. Right. Oh, he's got a little shorter this time.
Yeah, just leave it then. In the office. Yeah, over where the computer used to be. There's plugs right there, John. Yeah, where the headphones plug in.
All right. Again, when you get to this point, you really want to try and throw some daggers and get some first bowls that are really close, or at least in good position. And I think Bobby's overcorrected here. Again, as the green's kind of cooling off, kind of got a swirling wind. All right, here's Eric's first. Eric hasn't been throwing too many short balls. He's been through. If anything, he's been too far through, but better too far through than too short. It's been the rare bowl from Eric that's been short. Let's see if Bobby can just add this like 5 feet here. It looks like he needs. Yeah, good enough to get shot. But, I think he added about 3 yards to it. All right, here's Eric. See if he can make the adjustment. I think he's going to hit Bob's. Might just be enough to slow it down and get him in for shot, though. Yep. Nice try by Bob. Put it in a good spot. But, I think he went a little bit narrower and trying to jack her ball, but that weight's okay. All right, here's Eric. Try and see if he can control the weight a little bit. But it's still going a little heavy. All right, Bobby's got a shot to kind of get it to 3 if he wants. I mean, he could really switch the other hand if he wanted to and drag the jack right there, and that'd get him 3. But I think he's going to stick with this hand and just try and jack or bull this. Play it a little tighter. Close, very close. How far is it going to drift? Ooh, very close. Not sure who's holding. Eric's going to go have a look. Appreciate the likes for those of you who've liked, and if you're liking the coverage and you haven't subscribed, I mean, I know we're supposed to be on the Bulls USA Facebook page, but this is our Southwest team. We really appreciate it. If you like the coverage and you like what we're bringing to you, like and subscribe are always nice. We're really hoping we get everything working. I know the tech team is going to give it another go to try and get it directly on the Bulls USA Facebook page, and we'll see what kind of tournament's going on in Scotland that we have to fight the World Bulls group with, but we'll see. All right, here's Eric. Hitting the jack would be a pretty good shot here, or that bowl. I got the bowl. Nice shot by Eric. That's well done. Very good. Should be in for 2. Yep, 2. Makes it 18-11. Eric is definitely not going quietly to that good night. Well, I think this might be the last game going on now. I think the women's staggered singles game is done. So we're just waiting for this to finish. All right. Again, if you're Eric, you really want to try and make sure you're getting some bowls in the head here because any in could be your last one. And now you're in a position where Bob has got the last bowl. Could turn any head over to a multiple. All right, here's Eric's first. Pretty good effort here. Nice start. That's well done. Just what the doctor ordered. Good bowl. And I think if you're Bobby, you don't need to go crazy. You don't have to make something happen. It's not like you're down to 20, but you really want to try and, don't have any short bowls. A little too much there. Just an instant replay by Eric. Yeah, a little short there. Not what you want to. You'd be better off being behind because Bobby's going to be trying to attack, especially after his first ball. You really don't want to be 2 yards short there. Every point you can get. Probably a little bit more on the draw here. Yeah, got a nice solid second, so that should free him up for the next one. See if Eric can get it all the way down and through here. Yeah, pretty good weight. Probably still just holding the one. Probably should be playing this jack or bull shot, I think. Just playing it like a yard heavy and see if you can get that bull or the jack here. It just is not coming down. You can see the positive weight that he had on it. Eric's throwing his last. Wouldn't be terrible to have another one behind, but getting another one in the count would be pretty good too. Yeah, short is not very helpful. Yeah, and Bobby's other 2 bulls. So Bobby's got 2 bulls here behind, in addition to his one here, and he needs a 3 to win. So I'm sure he's eyeballing it. He really doesn't want to lose this bull because that would be problematic. But I could see you playing with some weight. Maybe picks up the jack and puts it over here, shaking hands. This is the problem with all these short bulls by Eric. He really should have been. I mean, this especially is pretty disastrous with his last one. He really should have been back in here. And Bobby could end this right here, right now. Just gonna slip the purple. Oh, did Eric a favor. Don't know if he pushed it all the way in. Really shouldn't have been in his way. He just should have played it a little more firm, I think, and underneath. Kind of tried to finesse it in. I think he could afford to go through it. Let's see on the count here. So I'll have a look to see how much Eric got. Definitely getting the 1 out. And 2. Seems to be in agreement. 2. So 2 for Eric. Just getting a little closer. 18-13 now. Trying to look-see, and I'm not sure. I thought the other game was finished. I'm not totally sure if the women's singles is done or not. Nope, they're still going. My mistake. They must have been really kind of taking their time on one end because I didn't see anybody down. Because I saw the marker was kind of standing around and chit-chatting, and I just wasn't sure what was happening. Maybe it was a measure or something. That game's still going on as well. Okay, I think we're ready to go now. Eric's got a scorecard set, and Matt set, and Jack set. And again, very good. Getting a nice solid first bowl in, really kind of putting the pressure on Bob. Bob's a little heavy and narrow. Again, another opportunity for Eric to put some pressure on. Looking pretty good here. Yeah, just coming up short. You know, again, it's you know what he's going to do. He's going to try a jacker bowl. He's going to be pushing through. Eric should, I mean, his first one's here. You don't need to take any weight off. You'd be better off adding a little. I mean, Bobby let him get away with it on the last end. And Bob's kind of blocked his own from the other hand, coming up short there. Eric's going to try it again here. Just do same as your first, Eric. You got it. There it is. There it is. Very nice. That's nicely done there. That's well done. Probably 3 for him now. Yeah, Bobby's going to be talking to himself. Wonder if he's going to try and draw. Is he going to have a whack at it? Oh, he's going to try and draw and see if he can draw it all the way around. Needs to hook. Needs to hook. Oh. We got some of it. Just not quite enough of it. It's 1 or 2. Yep, there he's going to have a look. I'll saunter. I don't know if this one's really going to come into play here, but Bob does have this one here. So Bob could come this way through, take the jack back, and 2. If he happens to spring all the way here, it's 3. So that would be the danger for Eric. But Eric could still just play it again and just kind of try and draw on this hand and try and come to Bob's bowl here. Or, you know, it'd be, I mean, if Eric can get a 3 here, now it's 18-16, and now you really, you know, Bobby would really be sweating. And I definitely, I mean, he played this hand pretty well. I wouldn't play this hand. I wouldn't do that. Yep. Here he comes, and probably trying to target that ball, I think would be a pretty good shot there. Yeah, this is pretty good. This is well done here. Now Bobby can't just like let it rip, and just without any repercussions. I think for Bob, he's probably should be kind of like a jacker ball, like a draw into here. I mean, he could always, obviously, you can always do the clean draw if you feel it, but if you're wanting a little, like to try and make a play, you could try and just be a yard over and you hit the inside of this bull, sit for shot, or you could drag the jack back for 2. You don't have to strive for perfection. You can afford to be like a yard through, but you definitely want to be all the way up. Definitely want to be all the way up. Well, he might have cut it to 1.
What? Finish? Yes, finish. Sorry.
All right, it's 2 for Eric. Makes it 18-15. All right, now it looks like the other women's singles game should be over. So this is the last game going on out here at Laguna Beach. The women's markers just showed up. Happens to be my wife. All right. Eric is Matt, Jack, going to the scorecard now. Wondered if it almost slipped out of his hand there. All right, here's Eric's first. It's there's a concert they have in a little park here that started at 5. So I think that's in case you hear any music coming in, that's where it's coming from. All right, so Eric's had his first one. He's probably about 4 yards through, kind of opposite of what he'd been doing, of having that first bowl really solid. Bobby's sailing as well. Here's Eric's second. Pretty good here. Yeah, nice bowl there by Eric. That's well done. And both these guys had chances with their first bowl to try and get one close, and either one capitalized. And now Eric's the one that's gotten the second shot in there close, and now forcing Bobby to kind of make something happen, as Eric is all over it. A decent weight there by Bobby. Trying to get a jack or bowl was kind of the shot to play. Eric really wants to try and get there first, either float it around behind. He can afford to move the bowl, playing on that hand. And I think he's left it short. I don't know if he's trying to block Bob, because Bob could really play either hand with this shot. It really doesn't matter, since he's pretty much level with the jack. I think Bobby with that bowl there, I'd be thinking about switching hands and going over the forehand. There's nothing really stop you from going this way. And Bobby's going to stick with this hand again, see if he can slide under Eric's bowl. Nope. That's why I think he was better off to play this hand. He could do the same shot and not have to worry about hitting that ball, but he wanted to stick with that hand. Now he's just put it closer and made it harder. He's almost going to have to switch on the next one. Eric's going to try and draw again on this hand. He's just going to float it around. This needs to be okay. He's kind of protected those two. Got some value. Bobby's still got the play this way. He can jacker bowl, and he's got the catcher here. Anything with like a yard. I think he's eyeballing to see whether he's got second already or not. So he's kind of wanting to know. And again, Bob had gotten to 18-9. I mean, Bob was up 14-3 and just kind of running away with it. And then Eric got 6 points in 3 ends before Bobby got 4 more to get to 18-9. And now Eric's got 3 twos in a row to close it to 18-15. And he's looking like he could get another 1 or 2 here. And Bobby could make it 19 or 20 pretty easily here with a good shot hitting this bull or the jack. So he's going to try it on the forehand, which I think he's a bull too late, but it's still there for him. He's looking at it. Just a touch too heavy, I think. Yep. Just a touch too heavy. I think I would have preferred like this kind of weight, but he didn't want to be short, so it's going to be at least 1 more for Eric. Here, Bob Schneider still stuck on 18. Now we got the greenskeeper here who's been waiting to mow, waiting for these games to end, and now he's going to start on the ladies' green since they're done. Okay, it is just the 1 for Eric, so it's 18-16. We got the live stream team here, still with the extended super mix. Last man standing. All right, Eric again has been kind of favoring kind of this short medium. Keeping the mat pretty close to the tee, not too far away. Although Bob had been kind of more of going long with everything. Kind of sticking it to just having the mat just, again, in similar kind of spot, but then going more towards the tee. Anything within a meter of the tee, I think, has been more what he's been going through. All right, Eric's ready to go now. Yeah, he's been getting there first the last few ends. That's been the secret. Looks like he's done it again with his first. It's just been whoever's been able to get there first. So. All right, here's Bob. He's trying to attack this jacker bull here. Bob just kind of floating around. Probably good second shot. Here's Eric again, trying to see if he can hit the jack here. Another nice bull. Another nice toucher. Very good by Eric. Pretty big wide head, though, for Bob if he wants to try and switch hands.
John just stopped them from mowing.
Oh, unlucky. Nice try by Bob. At least he sprung it loose, but rather than hitting the jack and carrying it through. Okay, there's room for, so Eric's holding 3. There's room for a 4th here. See if we can get another one in. Playing this nice good weight here. Pretty good bull there. There's room to draw, but Bobby with a little bit of an unlucky break, hitting the jack, and it just sprung the other way. So now he's 4 down now. But he's got room to draw and a lot of room to cut it to 1. Really needs to stop. Is it going to sail right through? Probably about a yard too heavy. Well, we'll see what the count is, but Eric's at least getting more on the board here. But it could be a 4 spot. It is 4. Wow. Just like that, Eric is at 20 to 18. He was down 14 to 3, down 18 to 9, and now he's gotten 11 points in a row over the last 5 ends and is now up 20 to 18. All right, got the mat, got the jack. Now we're going to get the scorecard. Got to get the pencil. All right, now we got the bull. All right, here's Eric's first one. Now we're really into the point where any bull could be the last one. Let's well, 3 yards through there with the first. So again, it's just a race to see who gets the first one in. See if Bobby can find his mojo again. Eric's been the one that's been getting there first over the last few ends, and that's been deciding it. Either guy really close with the first one. But Bobby is a little closer. See if Eric have even been like kind of drive one in the back and then making a shot like this. Just an absolute dagger with his second. Well, Eric's holding the match now. All right, here's Bob. He's playing it nice and firm here. Oh. And Bobby hits a nice shot to get Eric. Scared the hell out of Becky. All right, Bob's holding 2 now. See if Eric can put one right back. Well, Eric floating a little too far by there again. I think Bob's still holding 2. This is setting up to be the last stand. Right, here's Bobby's third. Can he get this one in and put all the pressure back on Eric? Doesn't want any jack movement. Floated it around, gets it close. Now Bobby's holding the match. Eric with his last bowl. Just needs to draw within 5 feet to cut it to 1. It's traveling. Ooh, just sails by. But I think it's second shot. So now Bobby's got a choice. Bobby can just draw again and try and get to 2. Or he's also got the shot where he could, if he wanted to be aggressive, he could come across and just nudge that bull, get it out. Even with the weighted shot, take it all the way out, then he'd have 1, 2, 3 and win the match. I'm thinking he's probably just going to go for the draw and just try and get a second one. Nice bull there by Bob Schneider. Wow. And just like that, now we're 20-20. All right. Well, barring some kind of weirdness, this should be the last end of the day. Just, we started this coverage and it was 2-2. And then Schneider go up to a 14-3 lead. See Eric cut it to 14-9. Then see Bobby get to 18-9. Then you see Eric get 11 points in a row. 2-2-2-1-4 to get to 20-18. And now Schneider's fought back with a 2 to tie it at 20. With a great drive to take out Eric's bowl, and then Eric just could not do it again. Hell of a match. All right. Well, here we go. Last 4 bowls for these guys, barring something crazy. A lot of it's usually who gets there first. See, Bobby went back to his kind of longish distance here. Decent opening bowl. Just a couple feet short, but a good line. They're going to try probably a jack or bull shot here and see if he can get it all the way down. Yeah, he's a couple of yards short there. All right. Here's Bobby again. Really kind of wants to get a second one in there. Get it all the way down. And 3 short bowls by these guys. I don't know if it's just the wind, weight, fatigue. It's a little bit in Eric's way. Wants to try and come around. Yeah, just he's got the best back out of it, and he'll have the last ball. Probably really needs to get something behind. I think would help him. Adding a couple yards, I think, would be useful. It's gonna slip his own, hit his own. And it just didn't move it very much, but he's definitely holding the match, but there's still room for Eric to draw. Eric's got his third now. He's got room to come all the way around. He's going to stick on this hand and come around here. Oh, he switched over, and he's going to come with weight up the middle instead. Interesting choice. I mean, there's room to draw here, but instead he opted to come with weight this way because he's got the best back. So Bobby's got a choice. He could try and match this bull that's way in the back, but I don't think it really matters. Could draw the T in case it gets killed, or he could just try and draw one a little close and get one behind. And I don't know if that was the right play by Eric. I think Eric should have just been trying for the draw here. I think Bob's looks like he's going to the back. Yeah, he's opted for drawing, I think, close to the tee is, I think, what he's trying to do. He's trying to match Eric's bull back there. Just not right sure what's going on. Okay, well, Bob set the table. Eric's got the chance. Here it is. Last bull in the match coming right now. It's been regardless, it's been a hell of a comeback by Eric. All right, here it comes. It's not far away. Oh, it's turning though. It's going to hit Bobby's. Oh, Bobby gets the shot and the win. Wow, what a barn burner this turned out to be. So Bob Schneider beats Eric Poor, Central over Southeast. Well, thank you for watching our extended coverage. Thanks to the team here, Steve Darmontes on camera, Gary Barnes, producer, Sheila Conti and Joe Darmontes kind of running interference here and helping us with setup and teardown. I've been Scott Roberts. You could join us tomorrow. We're going to definitely try and see, depending on World Bulls got anything, and see if we can figure out how to get to the Bulls USA Facebook page. But regardless, if you go to the Facebook page, we'll have a link hopefully to the Southwest in case we have to do it again. So for all our team, thanks for watching. Good night.